What is it? Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit?
Maximum! Maximum!
I know it is, but could you
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard...
Gluestein? Okay, there literally is no other way. The
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speaker.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air. Wait,
All ready. Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
the lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. His hand. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
What? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside. No waves. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the silence. A low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour every floorboards, the glass, the streets, and
Guys, what's going on?
this fragile world is
It's getting louder.
in the basins. The water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing it. He's peaking, the worst high he's ever been on.
The Beauty and the Beast!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window.
Come down to earth! Love!
Below it, all the bass grows. Like the jaws of a giant compressor, a great pulse arises in...
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off! Andre, pull the compressor!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not...
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore. You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were...
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswov isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it, though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting up.
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers.
That it wasn't her fault. Or
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speed. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Sulispov. Also devise further measures.
I want you to know that's totally chill.
I don't care, but thank you anyway. Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise.
some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is silence in your head.
A better deal! Yeah! Yeah! It was awesome! And too hardcore, in fact! I couldn't control it! It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left! Starts compressing itself and...
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power.
Oh! I don't know! Maybe someone can do something with this! I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make! Yeah! Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B!
A hand on his ear. He listens.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready? Wow! Here's that! Now if only we had the beat for the full assault!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody? Like a folk song? And
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lived...
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That...
Noid's right. Egghead's No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well.
Be how it may! If it fits, it fits! Bring up the...
what about the bass? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I remember.
I think you might know the answer.
Oh!
What about that compressor Andre was setting up to achieve some...
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
No, detective. It is not. We really should get to the whirling in rags. Now.
Goodbye, officer.
A better deal! A better deal! Yeah!
Bzz, 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 goes the track in the background, never ending. You can't grasp what's missing, but you can try to make something up anyway. The young man bobs his head to the music, much as before.
Yes, what is it?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
That's a deal! Yeah! Mean
Sidechain the beat. Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing. Either the compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide. Wider than they've ever gone on drugs.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his.
I was born ready, Egg.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive.
Introducing the ultimate sound!
God damn it. This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see.
Goodbye, officer.
Yes, what is it?
Stop. Just, you are prepared. Don't put away your friend. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
This isn't the time.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Yeah!
A hand on.
Wow!
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
Listen! Wow! Here's that! Now if only we had the beat!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody? Like a folk song?
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van...
I think it's just...
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key.
Be how it may! If it fits,
What about the bass?
Yeah, I remember...
You can't just leave it without a bass track.
yo!
Don't be too hard on yourself.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it? Okay, but
Maximum!
I know.
Pump it to...
Glue style.
See? Of course it.
Yeah!
Never mind then.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. There's tightness in your chest.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengage.
No wind. The woman. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you. Not in the speakers. Not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. It's out then. It will devour every floorboards. The glass.
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the wall.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal. He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on.
The beauty and the...
No, Egg!
In the corner of your
The window is going to come down.
cracks appear.
Come down to earth!
Below it, all a great pulse arises.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh!
Shit!
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's...
This is it. But then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of...
4.
Yeah?
Yes, Andre. Thank you all for doing this.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right.
I promise, officer. We will... It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. I have no...
Her voice seems muffled in the...
Yes, our lead...
that it wasn't her fault.
They need to hear about this. Stay here.
I want you to know.
I don't care now.
Yes.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
A better deal! Yeah! Too hardcore! It sucks up!
Inside your chest. What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up to achieve some sort of parallel processing. Sidechain the beat. Listen, the compressor control.
Side check!
Then he...
Hey, What did you do to Egghead, Cop Man?
Are you?
Noid, straight.
I was born.
The audio assault is glorious.
This is beauty!
What in the world is going on?
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequency.
Introducing the ultimate
God damn it.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump!
Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
All you hear is silence in your... Stop. Just up ahead. You are prepared. Snowflakes speck the barrels of your VA's 9mm pistol.
Yes, I hear commotion.
Good.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are... Shut up! You're not gonna talk your...
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. There's something very wrong with him. Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are...
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third mercenary.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all. Heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way, Nat.
Pig fuck!
No, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk.
With a wordless gurgle, the leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your... Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he... Yes, yes. Just shoot him. I'm big. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Yeah? Who did that? The bird. You fuck.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
You think I'm fucking stupid? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me about something.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said, we took him out.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver. 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to...
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. No, probably foster brothers.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on it. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or I don't know what bitch is like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Who? Laley.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there.
They fucking put Laley in a leaf compact.
There's real anguish in his voice.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're...
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Fucking waste this fuck!
All right, here we go. This is an illegal trip. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a Grinnell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by Clay Monkey. Nah, I just have the biggest...
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun. But we're beyond that now.
You're right. But you see...
Okay, it's not much. But he's thinking about it. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up.
Yes.
Yeah? So what? You should be drunk too. Or, like, drunker. You don't want to die sober, do you?
Nah. I'm clear as day.
Enough already! What is this?
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Oh yeah, that's rude. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner, the raddest, the killer. What do you think he...
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 90, 20, about 50 little stick figures. All of them black. Plus, these men served in Seminai, the native islanders.
Huh?
What are we waiting for?
Lance Corporal! Just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out. At his lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady. You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see. Watch out! To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then, the look of vengeance, framed in blood. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. Yes, keep talking.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol. Scream immediately. He's gonna die. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant, you hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sound.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets wild.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Arabellum. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill and...
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
What happened? You shot the major in the face. Yes.
You're a real killer, Harry.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in...
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
He nods.
The Pole was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. This is the one. All. Oh no, officer. It's pretty bad. 6 people are dead. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has... And we are still alive.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off. Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an...
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and the bacterial... We will see.
You won't be able to dance much. That's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
No. I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they are worried about you. I did. No need. Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't... Your balance is way off. You feel...
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Gefreiter. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our... Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her end. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classia, well, at least she's safely locked away. Locked up? No, she would be of more use to us three, honestly. But it... I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classia, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found... Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
He does not know what to reply. It's morning outside, you think. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to? Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced.
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman having sex. It's not the roof, and had it come from the coast, you would have probably stumbled upon it while you were running around over the island in the bay.
It's not impossible. There is a narrow opening between the commercial area and the collapsed tenement north of it. I remember. So it is.
For a second he seems tired. He sees danger, and that the trap perhaps. There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
No, I just don't want to walk into another embarrassment. I am a creature of pride, you see. I'm afraid of becoming a joke. Could be the makings of a sniper's name.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
You clearly see footprints in the...
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here. 3 weeks, maximum.
This is good.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door...
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for... You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you... Let's be fair. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are... Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. Yeah, I was, yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass. Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that...
I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people will. No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Seeing you approach.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fear. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Now, how can I help you? Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. An honest tactic.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Well, yeah. Memento mori.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and...
Or you might die of a heart failure.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some... Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be... Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed.
Yeah. Go pay Monica visiting Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pet of me.
Hell, you both look like you could use some...
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today. But men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars.
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back...
graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. This was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive? Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it wise to share information? The lieutenant, what are you doing?
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like you.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. Only static, no reply. Only the mindless drone of static, crawling.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming out what. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us. No more dangerous than stepping between three armed mercenaries, and I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, you can try calling again. Just don't mention.
They're shutting you out. Silent. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. In the cabin, you see.
Yes?
Officer Harry, what happened?
She sounds almost disappointed with you. reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear guns.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guilain.
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. Aye. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. And
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
my husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying day.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about...
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to...
Aye, aye, Captain.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you?
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep... Even I can see that. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen. I'm not sure those were the loss of the men with guns either.
Then we'll be ready for them. The scruffy-haired little boy.
On that island, that's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. And we make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks...
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be. A suspicious request made out of fear.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are...
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there some...
Anything else?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. our father. Don't say that, he didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't a fire guy. There's a...
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island. Yes?
A skiff with a... Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new...
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Ten four, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. 10-4. Orders as your orders. Anything else? Over. 10-4, sir, glad...
Feels good to get that off your chest, right?
Roger that.
The skiff floats on the calm mirror. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation. Have you made all the remember what the... The skiff, once you get in, that's... Have you made all the necessary... Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You...
What? Fine. Let's blast.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last and the trees are green and overhanging, leather light free and everlasting. And the trees are green and overhanging, leather light free and everlasting. Want to be free.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine. In the silence, a sputter of wing.
Let's go.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise it from enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters on the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, like a silent orchestra tuning, of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of the faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. Snow falls on the water, melting. A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Through its air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets. A flake of snow falls on a jitter. A sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world.
Yes?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrating.
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift. The lieutenant puts his hand on.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the...
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of...
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the sleep. Dolorous day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you, off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda, definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean.
Hey. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes, not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here. I'm going to Morova, to live there in Grad. It's 1 million. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind.
Anyway. No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into. It's okay. No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And...
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. That's not what figurines do, Harry.
She looks at the headless fountain. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? Yes, I thought it would be good.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
No, don't say it. Don't beg. It will only make her go. Yes, somewhere hidden among the options popping up in your nervous system is the right one. That will make her love you again and not go to the aerodrome at all.
We both said a lot.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters. Okay, Harry. Okay, it was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the cool...
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
The coolest, with your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. And my crown of immortality. No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool.
The you she saw is gone too. A small stack of sticks stand in its place.
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the... There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents... Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about.
Don't let her. Don't let her go there. You should redo the topics. Go over everything. The things you didn't say before, too. Make it go on.
It's not, but... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you. It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? But
It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it. There is a silence. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
no, Harry. We already tried again.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic.
I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together.
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her.
You know what I mean. No, you don't. You've worked there for so long, you can't...
Questions? Did someone say questions?
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. Other people get sad too, but not like you. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the... I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the ex... I haven't even bought the tickets yet. I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernail. 1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that. Call me like that. There is nothing else. Oh, Harry, call me like... They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my...
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on the death blow. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs, red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast...
The morning? I don't understand. Yes, it really, really is. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I...
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Who says that? I have ruled with... Besides, you're only saying this because things didn't work out between us. I really have to go to the aerodrome. I don't have time for this. I'm not that either. Can't I just be?
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance. She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
No, I'm just Dora. No, Harry, not yet. There is one more thing. I'm pregnant. Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about...
No, this has to end. Do the last one.
Nothing. I have to go. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. I won't see you, but you will. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
The lieutenant nods solemnly.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound. Of course, I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on? Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really... Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories, animal adventures, a magazine for not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for, maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel block.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard has
the console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. The console is powered off and covered in nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe. We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something.
The boat engine.
There's barely anything left. That won't work. My kinema? I don't want to do that.
The consul stands by, mutely. A strange feeling, looking at the water with a bottle in your hand. Always. Perhaps there's someone there, smelling of maybe. You know it's going to hurt. Yes, cold and still. But love is warm. Yes, 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 yes. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water and ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the commune.
Sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from... It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol.
No, that's...
A DeLorean-era symbol.
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters.
That should do it.
A dim gold.
It's on.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange. The dial slides up.
Insular.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anger.
After you.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle, then spits it out into the extinguished, unclouded by cataracts. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. Also,
The position sounds like a hiding place.
fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a triangong.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer.
A Samaran rifle. How did you...
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
My eyesight.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I did. And reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music. You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot. Have you come to me? Me?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the...
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from...
And what rank would that be, dog? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels, surprisingly, still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. The rifle's in a shabby state. Like a crutch. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Warren, personalized even.
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very...
As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this.
I wonder how old...
The old man does not answer. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitching. Some kind of involuntary response. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed, 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. A second is for reaction to take hold. May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky in the combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
Airships, multi-rotored airships used in the landing.
Aerostatics. The landing had started. I climbed out, into hell. There were ships all above, hissing, whirling, and men pouring out. The chain was submerged, so I had to swim back. The fortress was... They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it.
Some kind of great terror, worse than you've ever...
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it, and then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous, that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. It's not an island, what? It's a defensive fortification of the congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in 02. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I laid Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Iblis. The black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive?
Now hold on there.
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater.
How is your health, Mr.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like...
TRCM can provide medical services.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
43 years and 10 months. It's not how a human being should live. But I had...
What have you been doing during...
Hiding. Fish.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children.
Always waiting. For her to...
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back any... It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There was... At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pig.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. The enemies of humanity who took this city. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He nods slowly, then another tremor.
You're an inert lump with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions.
The old man spits into the fire. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for...
Here we go.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? I've used it.
Interesting. During or...
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. Nothing comes to you, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him. Pile it on him. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. Nothing else comes up. You see? I'm sorry. This didn't do anything.
Officer, a word?
Almost where? Almost...
No, come on. A word. I think we may have this. From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later. I can see that, yes. I'm not judging. Yes, good going. That should be our first priority. Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post. Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot.
Yes?
The greasy O.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later.
You don't have to. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half cut.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
He looks north, over the... He's conflicted for a second. There's a rain-soaked...
B triple prime. This looks...
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Drouin, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Diamatiri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Yes, this guy gets around.
There's a rain-soaked...
B triple prime. This...
Minions of capital. What do you want? I ain't. Minions of capital. What do you want? Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about.
A drop of blood. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Damn Maybells. The whole island.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths?
I may. Classier. With the victim.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are?
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Dora.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is... These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Simpler? No. This is another... The lieutenant raises his brow.
People change shoes, detective. It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance?
Trying to rack your brains. You're desperate to report something back to your masters.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You're lost, Dwight. You're lost.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment...
Minions of capital. What do you...
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar. Yet, is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded.
There it is again. Erratic hand motion. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Petty.
A drop of blood. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition.
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murder... None of those people mean anything to you.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Telling things...
Murder. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40... Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds. Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
There, a hot flash of rage almost carries the smile away.
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them? The victim and a young woman having sex through the scope of your rifle that night before you shot him?
The old...
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive...
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of...
A rifle scope has the best.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique. Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him, and I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like?
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on, right there. She needed it. Her passport and tickets.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it?
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better. Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here.
You could tell she was a spook from the document.
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid. I'm not blind, am I?
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinet. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting.
You hear the familiar scribble.
How did you get in there? The hidden...
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones drip.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does the day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe, I told you, I have holes in my brain now.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Classier? I haven't seen her there for days. Locked up with your masters, like I'll be. Maybe we'll meet. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, staring at the island, the fort, like she knew I...
Across the harbor, on the south bank of the river Esperance, the air stands still outside Precinct 57. A two-story box of duraluminum near the gates to Terminal H. Inside a cell, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol all at once, while two men in brown suits wave ICP badges at a young police and noses over. They've come for her. Outside, it's springtime. The river flows blue and green.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
A tragic comedy.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes, pushes the melancholy aside.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's... Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist, every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain. We did good when we pushed him under the horse car, until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center.
Whores. Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just...
A treat. Better served for later. He's a pleasure.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope... No. I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God, fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other...
It doesn't look like he is. Okay.
I don't want to talk about goddamn social democrats. Traitors is all they are. Brain dead.
René still presses on his mind.
Glad we talked about what?
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movement. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beats pupils are dilated too.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Actually, no. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here.
There's something you're not getting here that he's realizing.
Who watches over him there while I come back for you?
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
this world? What are you talking about? Is this...
Your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively.
See what exactly? A bug?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I have absolutely no idea.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece.
No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will...
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the insect's limbs. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the insect turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I don't think the pheromone will do anything.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly. The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. There is a sadness in there. Or is it in you? From the dream. It's still with you. The pitiful, hey, you told her. Even now. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps like laughter. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe. Suddenly, no, stop. Be afraid. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent, praying to you. Sets of complex eyes follow you, droplets of dew on either side of... No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its... The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light.
I got it.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate. The curl looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is...
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft... Warning! It's about to move. You can sense it. A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its hair. Within the smooth white inner part of its limb, you sense something very intimate.
The nervous system could be spread out like that. Over the...
Or a rhyocinta, an occidental leaf insect, with its brain stored in 4 leaf-like extensions. It tastes like sugar, very faint. The odorless, mostly comprised of water. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. Yes, holy is the Lord of hosts, and all. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your forebrain. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, and when you fall, we will come to raise you up. But from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater. No, you're awake. I am real. Light. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at... I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 3
It may have unknown, dangerous.
no one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by detect. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their... Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. No. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all engulfing madness. A voluntary... The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between... It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms...
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget? Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sign. And
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
no, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind. You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone. And something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there.
It's gone. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look. Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only...
What now?
In some kind of strange...
Our suspect is not looking so good.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have... I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith. Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us, one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us, right? I don't know, but it was not Katarzyna Alasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith, or Classier. Whoever she is, when we get back, I need to warn our holding cells. We need to...
What is it? What do you...
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black eyes glade like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem.
The trembling man.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined strength.
Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect a word. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is...
No response.
Like a drug? His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are. You mean pheromonal? The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje, I see what you mean. You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to... He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and... I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should... Nothing. The last embers have gone.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he... This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy?
The spirit.
He hears us.
No reply.
Try something else? We got...
I lost...
He turns his eyes to the reeds again.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid? This site is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it a...
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this poor. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be...
The skiff is swaying on the...
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight, but for the sound of conversation on the water, you reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt also you look like a fucking idiot. Oh really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton. Yes, that has always explained it.
Vic, calm down.
Hello, I'm Untitled Chapter. I believe...
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special consultant, Trond Heidelstam. Patrol.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trond, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think my background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical...
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building. I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
Lieutenant, my name is not Oz-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought, okay, because you're my commanding officer, I really...
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Yes, I'm Tran Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Tran Heilestam. Mikhail?
His son? What a joke. Everyone is lying to you.
No problem. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in König.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily. No. Everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? He doesn't remember.
See? He really doesn't remember.
Yeah, that's very good. God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
It wasn't like...
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we? Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this rep. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry didn't... Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and... Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know everyone...
What?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always at. I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets.
But Detective Vigmer, he has... Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was...
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly? Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnet, hardwired to the free market. He just needs...
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work?
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on.
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Yes, in the ocean, under the sea. Our work vehicle, with fish and clams and other sea shit. Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge. The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge.
And your gun? He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum. A little drink? You smell like a corpse. Is that why you let a suspect escape? Ruby something? Because you were too...
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagis. We know.
Oh, well. If you think she didn't know anything, I'm not even gonna get all the fact that you're Everard Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That, compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Eufretor.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge.
The man sighed.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to put others still. He is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine must. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it. You hear gasps beneath.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow...
Detective? The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical...
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Lilianovich, a revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural...
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island. And
it's a clean win.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it.
Female?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors.
Incredible.
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting male. Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs. Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nerve. There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. And
nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
like the cephalopods, phasmids, I think, only have nerves in their heads and abdomens, though. There is a correlation between invertebrate size and intelligence.
No, I wouldn't say it was...
At that size, this creature would have a lot of surface area to put neurons into.
Yes, but also red-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it...
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even...
This would really help with some of the...
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news...
Without it...
You're doing good here. Quit while you're ahead, or no?
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boat.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
You're not the only cop in the world.
Still, good work with the...
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species, so I have to.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations...
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
The man looks westward, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
No. You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you?
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You just understand.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may...
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance...
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be... Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me.
They are damn iconic though, Torson and McLean.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the...
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the...
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in River Shoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock...
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered...
Thank you again, Lieutenant. It's not a mystery.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Yeah. Dora Ingle...
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. No one is married anymore. This is Revachon. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time. Yeah, you're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing, I think. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable. She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous...
Snow, Welkin. Pain, well...
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees older. Who are you? Well, obviously you're not a...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the shot put, your inexplicable facial hair, some of your more... old school work.
The raw, robust... Also, this guy. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big...
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and...
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school.
The smell of sweat and...
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Who is...
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where...
Fine. If we go...
She and her husband were conducting the... They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good.
Watch out, or she'll faint.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm
Flattered. You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to.
I do like the sound of that.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vickmere? Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go...
The skiff bobs